Welcome, welcome. So yeah, yesterday we were really struggling with why these images look the same, but our comparison thing is thinking they're different. It turns out that the reason they think they're different is because the alpha channel's all over the place. Like, uh, there's like a difference of 23, 53, 64 on the alpha channel at this pixel. Now, there's seemingly no difference for the RGBA, like for the red, green, or blue like color channels, but the alpha channels seem to be let's face it, broken. Um, so the first question I have is when we do a Golang uh, draw, what does it do with the resulting? Sorry, what is the result for the alpha channel? Um, does Golang's draw set for the alpha channel when blending, compositing? We need to answer that question, because if it's not what I expect, then that's kind of the reason this is happening. What's really odd, though, is that we only see this mismatch for one of our test cases, and a lot of our other test cases have, transparencies baked in. So maybe it's that this case has like middle of the road alpha, and that's what kind of triggers the biggest difference, or some special inputs that happen to trigger this difference. But um, yeah, let's write a test. Test that test drawing sets correct alpha. Sets expected alpha. I mean, correct is, I'm sure they're doing it correctly. They're doing it the way they say they're doing it. It's just, is that what we expect? So we're going to take, what's a good test of this, right? If we take two, so we've got fully transparent, we've got fully opaque, we've got halfway, and we've got, maybe a quarter and 3/4, right? So we got 5 kind of levels of transparency. You could do the all against all and make sure they all work. How much do I like that or dislike that? Um, it's only 25 test cases. Maybe we could do it with a table test. Um, Table test, if you're not familiar, is this idea of like having a list of test cases and then, for each test case, run the test. So let's see if we can do that. Um, Really, we want a red test here. We're gonna t.skip this right now while we're working on this, because I don't want to start red and then add more red. I want to start green and add red. Okay. So if we have two, yeah. So like I said, there's basically 5 cases in ranging transparencies. The kind of the only thing that varies is the alpha, and so that's what is going to be the data in our table. So this is a slice of uint 8. It's going to be 0 to 255. 128 is about halfway, and then 64 is a quarter, and then what's 128 plus 64? 192? So then it's for case in, well, we can't use the keyword for test case in range test cases. Right now I'm just going to do it like that. We're going to end up having a struct for it, but it's basically like this is going to be like for background image, background alpha, and then for foreground alpha in the same thing, right? The background is an image.image, well, image.new uniform of color.rgba. We'll have like always blue, and then, or maybe always red. Right? And then it's like, oh, yeah. So we need something to expect, right? It might just be, no, I know what to do now. We know what to expect based on math. And then FG is image.new uniform color.rgba. Blue is 255 full blue, and alpha is the foreground alpha. Okay. So composed is do a draw of, we need like a new, like a canvas, image.new rgba. That takes an image.rectangle. We just need 1 pixel. We just need 1 pixel. So draw to canvas. We might even say this is like I want extract variable with my completer, but I don't have it right now. I might have it, I just don't know what it is, but I certainly don't have it in my fingers. So my fingers memory. So the composed image is going to be draw to the canvas. Again, size of 1 pixel. The source will be the background. We're going to give it just the 0 value point and draw dot over. Oh. Oops. We probably need to update our do we not have? Oh, we already have it. Okay. And then, yeah, okay, we don't have a, this doesn't return anything. And then we're gonna do we're just going to set the pixels equal to whatever the source is, and then we're going to draw to canvas, still just the whole 1 pixel. And we're going to draw the foreground over the same point, and it's going to be over. So then at this point, the result is just canvas.pix at do I want to say like R, comma G, comma B, comma A? We can do a color.rgba. We can like splat that slice. I call it splatting. I don't know if that's the right name. I wish there was a function that took R, G, B, and A. This has come up before. That's fine. The pixel should be how much red? It should be red times full red and full blue. I mean, I guess this is a good test because I'm not exactly sure what it should be. So it gets set to red at background alpha. Right, so after this point, we can do like intermittent asserts too. So result at 0 should equal should equal 255. The green should be 0. The blue should be 0. And the alpha should be background alpha. Let's run this test and make sure it passes. Otherwise we're in a lot of trouble. Wait, what? Otherwise we're in a lot of trouble. Oh, hey Notslicer, what are we doing today for Haunts? We're digging into why our image comparison tests are broken. And so I'm kind of validating my expectations around how the draw.draw function works. It's basically, I don't know if you're familiar with image manipulation, but Porter Duff composition. And so you can like have a canvas and like smack another image on top and smack another image on top and smack another image on top and define how it blends and stuff. And I thought I understood what it was supposed to do, but I want to test my assumption before I move on to other things. What are you up to today? Is it the start of your day, the end of your day? Somewhere in the middle? Okay, so end of the day. Cool. Yeah, it's just the start for me. Did you have a good one? Hopefully things went well. Oh, you always put the stream on before bedtime. Oh, awesome. Day went as usual, nothing fancy. Can't complain about that. No news is good news, they say. And then background alpha is already a UINT 8. Okay. So far, so good. But now, if we blit or compose another image on top, what would we expect? We should assert equal result at 0. Should it still be full? This is actually a useful test for me to double check my understanding here. So green should still be 0. We're not adding any greens. Blue should be set to that, except maybe scaled by alpha. We'll see. And then the resulting alpha should still be background alpha. This is the kind of blending we do, at least on the GL side. So let's see what happens. Okay. This is good. This is basically saying the way it works, or the way we thought it works, is not the way it works. Okay, so we expected, what is that, like 3/4, but we got full on 275. Oh, we need to say the expected is here and the actual is there. Let's record a macro to be like, delete till you find a space, go to the end of the line, add a comma and a space, paste from the clipboard, drop those 2 characters, and then navigate such as that. Okay, so now our tests won't be confused as to which is the expected and which is the actual. So yeah, we expected certain things, and we got something else. So 275, we expected full, but we got this is another reason to write the test first and watch it fail. You want to see that it's giving you kind of actionable information when the test fails, and it's not actionable right now because I don't know what the inputs were. Is there a like with context thing for this guy? Nope. That's okay. So this takes some message and arguments. So I can say fg mod I think I can do that. I'll add it first to this one before adding it to everything. Let me see what it looks like. Oh, that puts it out in binary. Let's use that. Print it out as a hex value. And then for our own notification here. Okay, so it'll be like the foreground alpha was only like OX40. That makes me think. Might be nicer to look at these numbers like this. Or is it C that I want here? A, B, C at 12 would be 3/4 of 16. Okay. So yeah, we actually got one less than OXC0. Is that what we would expect? Yeah, when the foreground has some alpha and the background has no alpha, the amount of red I wonder too if I should, instead of doing the components separately, I should do like them together, right? That way you can kind of see each comparison and with all its context. I think I like that actually, so I'm going to do that. So we're going to say that the expected value is a color.rgba of red is 255, green and blue are both 0, and then the alpha is background alpha. And then the actual is a color.rgba, where red is result at 0. Yep. And then they should be equal. Yeah, we're still expecting background alpha, but blue should be set as well. We're probably going to have to scale these, but this will at least tell us what's going on in a more digestible way, I think. Yeah. Okay, so we expected 255, but we got 191, and we expected 0, but we got 64. Okay. This is really nice to look at. This is the foreground alpha. This kind of makes sense, right? If the alpha in the background is 0, and we're drawing something over top, we should get just what we would expect from wait a minute. What we should be expecting when the background is fully transparent is to just get the foreground color. Okay, I need a quick break, but I'll be right back. Oh, I'm gonna run ads while I'm gone so that we don't have to run ads when we're actually doing stuff. I don't have a good way to run ads right now, but I can do it if I log into Twitch. Here we go. Ads. Alrighty. I'm trying to remember to keep Discord open, but I'm really bad at it. These kids these days and their Discords and their TikToks and okay. So the red component went from 255 to 191, which to me is 3/4 of 255. Yeah. Okay. It went to 3/4 because we said old pixel, you get what you had multiplied by 1 minus the alpha of what we're putting on top. 1 minus the alpha of what we were putting on top is 3/4 because we had an alpha of 1/4. Okay, so we should expect 255 scaled by 1 minus foreground alpha. Red expected is 255 times 1 minus foreground alpha over 255. Now I want to do floating point math for that. I don't know if this is enough to do that correctly. Yeah. It's kind of annoying to have to do all those typecasts and stuff, but it kind of makes sense. All right, does that fix our red expectation? If you're not familiar with it, the pipe and syntax says take the output from the given command, both the standard output and the standard error, and send it to standard input of the thing you're piping to. Okay, so we fixed the R part. Now the alpha. Should the alpha just be the foreground alpha? No, it should be the combination of the two alphas, right? It should be half of the background alpha plus half of the foreground alpha. It should be the average. Blue expected will similarly be but this is just going to be foreground alpha. over the max flow rate. Yeah. Isn't this just foreground alpha? Hey, Mongoose. Start things off early. Yeah, I try to be online at 9. That doesn't always happen, but at least locally, it's kind of a full work day. Is 9 to 5. It's going well. We're working on digging into why our image comparisons are not behaving the way we would expect them to. Um, and so we're trying to validate our assumption about how the draw.draw commands work. Um, so when we had, I didn't have this. Would make sense to be consistent at least, but yeah. So when the foreground alpha and the background alpha are both 0, uh, it still sets the blue channel. Um, how are you doing, Mongoose? I imagine it's at the end of your day, or I forget where you're from, if I know. All right, so here we go. The alpha should be the average of the two alphas. Um, we'll cast to int first, because I don't want to overflow the byte. We could just do it all in floats. For this range, I think floats are precise enough. Oh, you're in the US. It's 8 a.m. here. Ah, okay. That is early. Good morning. Eh? Just having some coffee. I approve. Checking the job boards. Get that out of the way before I get wrapped up in something more interesting. You're doing a 9 to 5 day on stream, trying to go full time streamer. Yeah, 9 to 3. I try to save some time to work on other content. But yeah, trying to do full time streaming, but I'm open to working on contracts and stuff so long as it can be on stream. I think my goal is to be a streamer. I like the interacting with people, meeting people, finding out what they're about, and helping them with whatever they happen to be working on. And I think streaming is a good way to do that. You do some streaming as well, right, Mongoose? It shouldn't just be plus. It should be... What should it be? OX40 is... which? 64. And you're saying you got 112. Right. Mogu says, nice, yeah, I started just to try it out and keep yourself sane, but met super cool people already. Good. It's been super rewarding. I'm really thinking I want to keep building. Yeah, that's good. It's a new and interesting space. And it's kind of got the vibe of like a rising tide lifts all ships, right? Like uh, the more content creators putting out kind of software things, the more content there is and the more audience it can draw. And so the more people will be looking and seeing what you're working on. I like that aspect of it too. It's not like a competition of like, oh, I need to take viewers from Primogen or Primogen. Um, you know, both of us can foster interest in the field, and then we both benefit from it. Uh, I also really like interacting with other streamers. For a long time, I wish I knew more people that were actually doing things instead of just talking about it. Turns out there's a lot of us right here every day. Yeah. Okay, let's instead of just looking at different things or like the differences and the test failure output, um, let us read documentation because I feel like that will be the shortcut to understanding what to expect. Um, Mongoose says, I've noticed that too. Lots of software dev streamers, especially, are super collaborative and supportive. Yeah, it's a nice little kind of sub community on Twitch. I think Twitch often has like a there's lots of channels that have like memes and kind of toxicity and uh, just kind of anonymous people on the internet getting away with being anonymous. But the the folks I've come across on the software stuff are you know more like you would act when you're actually talking to real people. You might be anonymous or pseudonymous, but you're actually acting in good faith and not being weird for the sake of weird. Um, Yeah. I, I guess it doesn't really show it. I might have to look at the Wikipedia page or something. Oh. Okay, the here's the equation. So it's uh, alpha result is the alpha of A plus the alpha of B times 1 minus the alpha of A. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That that looks right to me in my head. Um, why? I'm just not computing that for what we expect the alpha to be. So we expect the alpha to be the foreground plus 1 minus the foreground times the background. Sorry, just adjusting my little stream setup here. Okay. All right. I'm almost positive there's a better way to write this out, but for now, make it right, then make it pretty. Mongoose says, also a ton of lurkers that just like to body double co-work. Yeah. I'm always super happy with that chill voice in the room that helps folks be productive. Yeah. Feels good, man. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Does go image RGBA, is it pre-multiplied or not? And it's bytes. Alpha pre-multiplied. Okay, so that means I'm generating bad input data. Okay. This should just be background alpha and foreground alpha. Yes. So what should we expect? We should expect it to be the background alpha, because we're just taking like a blank canvas and splatting the background color onto it. So then we look at the pixel we got, and they should equal. Yay, okay. Then we draw kind of the foreground over. We should probably draw the background into the canvas, ignoring what's in the canvas already. Effectively, just set the canvas to match, to be the background. Draw the foreground over the background so that things blend. Right? Yeah. So we'll probably have to change this expression in this one, but that's fine. We're going to change it to what they said it is. So the alpha expected should be the foreground plus the background times 1 minus the foreground. Yeah. Mathematically, if you factor out a factor of foreground alpha, it's 1 plus background minus 1 over foreground. But, whatever. So the blue expected should be foreground blue times, well, okay. Yeah, it should just be foreground blue plus background blue times 1 minus foreground alpha. Yeah. Okay. Blue expected is, foreground alpha plus background alpha times 1 minus. I almost want these as like I'm trying to like figure out what would be cleanest for which types. Like, I don't want to keep casting everything all the time. Um, at the end of the day, Canvas Pix is going to have uint 8s in them. Um, but we could say that the expected value is, you know, result at 0 over 255. Yeah, I think I want to do that. Okay. So it's not that we're going to be asserting equal color RGBAs. We're going to be asserting equal normalized color. We're all just float 6.4s, right? Okay. We'll have like a little helper function to make these color takes an R, a G, a B, and an A that are all floats. That are all uint 8s, and it returns a normalized color. So we're just going to return a new normalized color where R is R over RGBA. Cool. Now this untyped literal should get the right type to make this division work, which should be float 6.4. So I think that's going to be okay. Yeah. And then the actual should be a norm color. Result at 0 through 4. Mongoose says, yes, I believe it should. And with the power of belief, we can make it happen. No, I mean, ugh. And then the actual is now the same thing again, but run it here. Okay. Math. Okay. So red 1, alpha 0. Mhm. What? Oh, sorry, I was expecting it here, but yeah. So many windows. All right. So what do I need this? Sorry, getting lost in the weeds in my stream setup again. Um, okay. Why did we expect? Oops. We expected. Oh, foreground plus background times 1 minus foreground. We might need to deal with the typing here, but we're just going to do that. So color in the foreground should be foreground alpha. The color in the background should be, pardon me, should be 0. No. Yeah, the color of red in the foreground is 0, and the color of the background in red is background alpha. We're going to multiply that by 1 minus. Yes. Okay. And then the blue is the foreground color, so that's foreground alpha times the background, which is 0. And then the alpha expected is Foreground alpha plus background times 1 minus foreground. Yeah. We might need to deal with the Tippity types. Let's just compute it in float. Right? So normalize foreground alpha, normalize background alpha, normalize foreground alpha. And then it's normalize foreground alpha plus normalize background alpha times 1 minus normalize. Normalize meaning map it to the range 0 to 1 for its minimum to maximum value. Norm a byte to a float 64. Return float 64 of the byte over 255. Norm color is not a type. Oh, yeah. I got excited because I didn't see a lot of errors in the test output. All right, so now it's just kind of floating point problems, right? Like practically these are the same value. Practically these are the same value. It's just they're not because floats. Okay, so why use a lot of error when few error do job? Mm-hmm. Wise words. All right. So when we do a equal, we are unfortunately doing like byte for byte equality. Uh, maps, slices. Oh. What I want is like an epsilon for an object, right? And you check each of the fields. But you'd need like reflection. All right, we might write our own little helper thinger to do the comparison. What do I want it to be? If you have a in your opinion, reflection is fine in tests. Yeah. Is it close enough if you just truncate it after a couple decimal points? It should be, yeah. We could do like a truncate left, truncate right. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's do like every normalized color can truncate to within some number of places. Two places should be okay. One, because the third place is different, but two, because like a thousandth of a difference in a color channel ought not be visible to mere mortals. So nc dot r is 10 to the places. How do that? You hit this problem with timestamps and just check the result being within a range around the expected time. Yeah. I guess I'm lazy and don't want to write as much code. I could do like, normalized color compared to other normalized color and, do the subtraction, make sure they're within epsilon. That honestly, this is trying to be too clever. So yeah, I think we should just do that. It's probably lazier to just copy paste than it is to do math. Okay, so given a normalized color, you can call, is it within some epsilon with another normalized color. And then it's if nca minus other a we can square it. I'm squaring to not worry about the sign of the value. And epsilon will just be this epsilon squared. Just pass in epsilon squared. So if my alpha minus their alpha squared is greater than epsilon, return false. Otherwise, return true. And I'm just going to switch a dot A for a dot R globally. Hey, bossy. Welcome back. How you doing? So now it's not that they're equal, it's that assert true actual is within 0.01 of expected. Oh. Yeah. Don't ask me how my brain knew to do that, but it did. Yeah, I didn't change the second assert equal. Yeah, thank you. Bossy says doing good. Might have to postpone the siege hag stuff for now. Oh. Did you get at least to a place where it's useful and good for you? And we're just kind of postponing the contribute upstream things? Or release it as like a packageable, reusable thing? Where am I? Okay, so the test passed, which really we want to be within. Oh, wait, no. I want to be more precise. Okay. Still need to handle renaming in bulk and deletion, but it's okay. Yeah. Okay is better than broken. But yeah, this is another reason why we watch and make sure the test fails, because this error message is not particularly helpful anymore. It used to be that assert would show us the actual value, expected value, but now it's not. So let us say actual, well, expected mod B actually got mod B expected. I probably do want the foreground background in the message, right? Bossy says, well, it will break if I rename multiple entries. I think I understand, yeah. Mongoose says, I'm usually sus if a test I haven't seen fail correctly. Yeah, as one should be. I think for now I'm going to use the --append version I wrote since I backed that up before scrapping it. But yeah, we expected some values. We got some close, but not exactly the same values. The foreground was this, the background was that. Okay. Interesting that it's only a couple of cases that aren't within this. Um, Basically, something came up and I'll be tight for time real soon. Oh, hopefully for good reasons. Care to elaborate or not to your pleasure, but yeah, hopefully it's a good busy and not a bad busy. Okay. Okay, so what did this do? This taught us a valuable lesson in terms of we need to be using images that have pre-multiplied color if we're going to be uh, using the draw package. So draw assumes pre-multiplied colors. Is that what's wrong? But yeah, I'm gonna have to take a quick break to get some coffee. Um, Bossy says yes, but for a good reason. Good, good, good. Could be a money making opportunity for you. Good. Been a disappointment to parents for a while because I'm too stubborn to want to work for myself. Laziness is definitely a part of the equation. Yeah. I mean, laziness in the right places at the right times and in the right dose is a superpower, but uh, yeah, sometimes you just gotta not be lazy. Not always easy to know when. But yeah, I'm gonna run some ads and grab some coffee. I'll be right back. being smart and lazy, definitely equal efficiency, yeah. So much passion, and although I still have passion in this field, definitely started to fade away. End-to-end restored for me. Oh, good. A fun way of optimizing workflow. I will basically optimize workflow when I am burnt out from a project, and that way I feel like I'm doing something. Yeah. Yeah. If the project is like grinding you down, grease the wheels, make it interesting to make the project go, go, go. I hear you. Where were I? Mm-hmm. Okay, let's think about this. Because he says he's glad he wrote the append version. Should sort them out for a while, seeing how fast it is when they manually tweak it. When they manually tweak the tags file is definitely motivational for him. Good. Come back to it, yeah. Instructions unclear. Currently covered in Crisco and typing as fast as I can. What? What? Oh, you mean greasing the wheels? I gotcha. We grease you up. Yeah. Yep. Grease the wheels, etc. Yeah. Sometimes it takes me a little while, but I get there. Okay. I'm just thinking, do I want to add this test? Maybe we'll add it as a separate file. Um, this is like I mean, really, it's a test of the standard library, which is usually not needed in your application, but I wonder if it belongs in drawrect test. Yeah, drawrect should work. Yeah, I guess it's about drawrect NDC and drawrect, not. We'll put it in blend test. It's a test that your internal function correctly outputs things using the drawlib, though, right? Yeah, it just doesn't call anything internal in terms of like the library. It's really just like, well, here to show that more explicitly. Let's just pick this up and drop it in a new file. We'll organize our imports if my completer can handle that. No, it can't. Okay. Organize the imports. Yes, please. And then we'll go over here and organize imports again there. And then if we look, it's only importing standard library things. This is really just a test of my understanding of how draw works. Yeah. Key point. Note. Draw expects colors that are alpha pre-multiplied Yeah. But like, we could just remove it and say, oh, we don't need to add tests that just test the standard library. But I feel like I learned something, and this demonstrates that. It's not gonna hurt anything. It's gonna be quick. So why not? I am Bussy asks, before this project, did I have tests for rendering in a project? Not before this, no. I've never done OpenGL before this. Not anything real. Like, I did like the first 2 or 3 tutorials on learnopengl.org or com or whatever, but I certainly had no testing experience with it. You thought it smelled a little funny, but assumed it was for testing the output, and I was missing that part. Oh. Nope. It was just for learning. Okay. So what do your tests mainly consist of? Checking return types of OpenGL functions and comparing pixel data to dump textures? Yep. That's what they mainly consist of. Do a thing and then check that it looks right. And then right is kind of the complicated part. But the idea is that we should be able to write a test like we should be able to write a test like this. Works on my machine. There is a lot of works on my machine, but part of the big refactor that we did earlier was to pick the right, or at least a consistent OpenGL profile, and that should narrow down the my machine versus their machine kind of thing. Because CI was running on Ubuntu 22.04, and I'm running on 24.04. And that was enough to change the profile, the default profile, by enough that our image comparison, our images were just different. Like 22.04 was a lot brighter for whatever reason. Where was I? Yeah, we were adding blend test. Not because we need to, but because I don't want to lose that learning. All right, test. It's kind of docs, really. Capture how draw works as a test. Okay, so now we actually have a red step to take. So we're not going to skip this guy. We're gonna run the test. Oh look, it's a red test. There's lots of alpha channel mismatching. That's not what we want. Test, verify that we're properly blending. a certain stubborn test case. All right, let's green it. All right, now that we're armed with the knowledge of, we actually know how draw works now, is this stuff right? It's right if we have images that use the pre-multiplied alpha. Are we doing that right? And it is only the alpha channels that are breaking us. Yeah, that's okay. Where else do I use this? Like this. This is not right. So turns out that draw really does need image or GBA data that has pre-multiplied alpha color values. We need to double check audit. Verify, whatever. A bunch of stuff. But we're not going to do it right now. We're just going to tag things. Okay. So, to do T-McKee number 4T3. Pre-multiplied alpha. Icon has pre-multiplied alpha. Put that in register P. We're still walking our listings here. This is wrong. Is there a reason I picked 1 here? It should be 255. I think this is okay. This is okay. This is okay. This is okay. We need to check this. Oops. And that. This is okay. This is okay. Okay. This is in stdlib, stdlib, stdlib. We're done. Alright. Yes, add this. Yes. 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 What? Oh yeah, I guess we did only change documentation since we took the red step. Knowing how stuff works is half of the superhero equation. Now you just need to buy a Lamborghini and make it into a tank in the basement of the skyscraper I own money. Be nice to have that kind of money, but I'll be okay without it. Okay. We'll do that later. Fix glop number 43. Pre-multiplied alpha. How big is my... Yeah, my to-do list is getting too big for the stream. That's okay. Oh, wait. Buy a Lamborghini, make it into a tank in the basement of the skyscraper I own money. That's Bruce Wayne money. That's Batman money. I get there eventually. Okay. We're trying to green our test. It is red right now. Right? Yes. So so is would this end up doing the right thing? I think so. New uniform of some background just sets the color. Annual color instance. And then we used background color black. That's a valid. That's pre. That's valid in terms of pre-multiplied alpha. Iron Man probably works too. Yeah. also has a skyscraper and fancy cars and makes tank-like things. Was it an actual quote from one of the Christopher Nolan movies? The Lamborghini and make it into a tank? Okay, what are we doing? We're saying that was a good color to use, and so cool. Now, was the image we gave it correct in terms of alpha pre-multiplied? If we load it from that, I would hope so. You know, it's just a PNG to code, right? Let's just assert that they're all alpha pre-multiplied. No, I don't think it was actually referenced as a Lambo in the movies. I think I just heard about it in a behind-the-scenes article or something. Ah, yeah. Okay. So let's check that when we load it, we don't duff it. Okay. Slice a byte, and we should probably take like a T. So that we can fail the test if we need to. I mean, I guess we could just assert, like, panic. But, feels better this way, maybe. So, for, x less than len of b's over 4. Pixel is just b's at idx to idx plus 4. And then if pixel at 0 greater than pixel at 3, bad. I'm going to do a dot fail because I want all the other checks to also run. And then it'll be okay. So if any of the color channels are bigger than the alpha, then we know that can't be a pre-multiplied alpha. I expect that to not complain. Maybe I should save the buffer. I guess there's the log. This may or may not include the bytes we care about. It probably does, but I want to check all of them. Pixel number D had red channel greater than alpha. Pixel IDX had a red channel, which is pixel at 0, greater than the alpha channel, which is pixel at 3. I'm just wondering if this would be better accomplished by like a assert dot greater. Red is pixel at 0. I mean, I will assert dot it's got to be less equal red compared to alpha. Colors should be alpha pre-multiplied. Yeah, we don't need to call it that. Huh? Why no output? Did I make an infinite loop? Oh, that's also something I need to do. Wow, that was slow. 3.58 seconds. Why so slow? We're just checking every pixel all the time in a 1024 by 750 image. Okay. Nah. We saw that it did not complain about it. Okay. So now, given that the alpha channel goes to this, still doesn't make any sense to me. They're just not that different. Um, okay. Just game dev things. Yep. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I think we got done delivering. My dog's going nuts. Be right back. Would I really expect it to take that long to just look through the bytes of an image? Like, why is it so slow? So The images are what, 1024 by 750? Ish? 1024 by 768, okay. 1024 times 768 times 4 bytes. That's only, 3 megs. Surely cache is bigger than that. I mean, I guess like maybe L3, but still. I don't want a profile, but I don't want it to be slow either. So what have we learned? We've learned that they look pre-multiplied here and here. They are different. They're not so different. But when we draw we might need to be careful about which order we pass these in terms of, no, not that. We should do RHS blitted is RHS bytes, RHS blitted. That should pass, right? If we draw both of them against a black background, that should be enough to set the alpha channel to full. Because it'll be alpha plus, it'll be foreground alpha plus background alpha times 1 minus foreground alpha. 1 minus foreground alpha times background alpha will be 1 minus foreground alpha. Add foreground alpha to that, you get a 1. You get full. So blitting, okay, so yeah, it did pass. I mean, it makes sense. Like, oh, derp. Yeah. Maybe that's just saying that our test, like our comparison, should be blitting both the expected image and the actual image against some background. Against the same background? Yes. Probably. If we're ever going to run the assert colors are pre-multiplied, we should do it against a smaller input image. It still doesn't answer the question as to I guess it doesn't answer the question about why does this one example fail our comparison and the other ones don't. Is it just that the other examples don't have any alpha? I don't think so. And, well, maybe it's just that the other examples either have full transparency or no transparency, right? Like alpha's either all on or all off. Like the changes we did to make a lot of the tests pass, I thought meant we were drawing them against a transparent background, right? Draw sRGBA with background. So we take the expected image, which is like the PNG on disk, and we draw it on a black background, or actually what ends up being a transparent background most of the time, or for the fixes. Drawing it on a transparent background, yes, that's should be a no-op, but the default background is opaque black. Yeah. If somebody passes no expected background, that's fine. We use OpenGL's clear color. Is OpenGL's clear color alpha pre-multiplied or not? I think it is not. I mean, we don't really set it to very strange and weird and wonderful things. Like, it's not like we have any non-full alpha for our clear color. And I'm pretty sure for the cases I care about, namely these render tests that were failing but then got fixed by splitting expected images against a transparent image instead of a black background. really clear colors. I kind of doubt it. But we also probably don't set any that aren't. Hmm. Let's not do this, because it's not adding anything right now, and it's just slowing us down. And let's do what? Oh, yeah. Um, we're splitting both across black, so of course they're going to be true. They're equal. What? You're telling me you blitted this against a black background, you blitted this against a black background, and they were very different. What was the flag to amend a commit again? Dash dash amend. It just adds the latest commit, right? Yeah. That's right. I think it's double M. single M. So just git commit dash dash amend. Yep. That'll open up an editor. Yeah. Um, that'll open up an editor. And you can do the same like abort with an empty commit message, or you can do no edit to not bother opening the editor. Don't edit the commit message. Just apply the changes kind of thing. Okay. This is really crazy now because wait a minute. Yeah, git commit dash dash amend dash dash no edit. That will rewrite the top of the branch, the commit at the top of the branch to include whatever's you staged. Yep. Does OpenGL return pixel data that is alpha pre-multiplied? I'd have thought it would. Apparently it was rejected when pushing remote because the tip of the current branch is behind. That's correct. Yeah. So what you've done basically is you've rewritten history. So it doesn't look like you're on top of the commit that you've pushed. So usually I don't amend if I'm working on a commit that I've pushed. It would be equivalent to like, uh, you know, resetting your branch pointer, making some commits, and trying to push that, right? That's a divergent history. Um, if that's not clear, I can try to do a better job. But since you're changing the commit uh, at the top of your branch, you're actually diverging history. Uh, and Git is not going to let you do that by default. If you need to work around that, you can do git push. Um, I don't amend for remote. I try not to amend for commits that I've already pushed and made kind of that I've left my machine. If it's just local state, I don't mind mixing, matching, or whatever. Um, but if it's stuff that's already been pushed out, it's kind of the genie's out of the bottle, right? I don't want to force other people to accept non-fast forward merges. Um, so yes, I don't use amend for commits that exist on a remote, um, if I can help it. Like I say, it's similar to you know merging to main, but then resetting a couple commits behind and then squashing the commits, right? It's the same data, more or less, but because it's a different commit with a different parent, it's not you're not going to be able to just tack it on top, right? I don't know if that made it more confusing or less confusing. Mm. How do we revert what we did? You don't use git directly often. Okay, so the first thing you want to do, just so I can add and do it as a new commit instead, I was under the impression I could do this remotely. I see. Yeah. No, as an alternative to doing git reset head to parent of head dash dash soft. Yeah. So there's a couple things you have at your disposal. If you don't care that this is a history rewrite and you're not worried about other people fetching and getting complaints, you just push force, right? So where's a good? I should have like a git test. Um, right, and then if I echo bar onto foo, and then add foo commit amend, I've only got one commit in my repository, right? And it has the date, the message I had set originally because I didn't change it when Vim popped open. But like if I do git remote, well, I guess I have to make a repo create. Let me just do this. Cd bar. Yeah. Yes, you can do this. um, aw. Git remote add origin is home team key workspace git test bar. Aw. I thought I cloned bear. Oh! Okay, git clone bear, because I don't want to actually copy the files. Abort, abort. We'll get there. We'll get there. That's it. Abort mission. It's scary messing with git stuff sometimes. Yeah, that's why I'm doing it in a little one-off RM origin. Origin needs to be maybe a. That's not. We'll get there. We'll get there. Get remote. Okay. Oh, they're right. We're getting there. Remote add origin as get test2 fetch. Yay! Terminal magic coming into play here. Imagine using the mouse. You'd have ran out of energy by now. Yeah. Right? And like how many times would like whatever GUI I was using had to have been like refreshed? Like yuck. Okay. So we've got a pretty typical kind of thing. I've got my working copy, which is this, and on some other machine, there's a remote, right? So if I do echo all onto Raffle, git add Raffle, I can amend my commit, right? Now if I push, it's going to do this, right? Because I've diverged history by basically dropping that commit and making a new commit with most of the data that's the same, but it's a new commit. It's different. It doesn't belong in the same timeline. And so that's fine, but you can do F. You can tell it, yeah, I know they're divergent. Don't worry about it. I would recommend against -F. There's a better way to do it. Get rm awful. So if we amend again, right? And that's okay. What happens if they check out that branch? Is that the fast forward thing you meant? Yeah, like if somebody had already cloned in between and they try to do like a pull, it'll look like they'll get a nasty error message saying somebody force pushed. Don't do it. That kind of stuff. And that's okay. What happens if they check out the branch? Yeah. That is what I meant by the fast forward thing. Okay, so now there's only one commit locally. There's only one commit on main, right? Push. We try to push again. Same thing. It's divergent history. It doesn't let you push, but you can do force with lease, and that's a much better thing to do than just -F, because what force with lease does is say, don't just blindly overwrite the hash. It's like the atomic compare and swap, if you're familiar with that. It's like whatever I think the remote head is that I'm overwriting, before we actually overwrite it, make sure it's that. And that protects you against accidentally clobbering someone else who's been pushing to that branch. The best way to illustrate that is with what? Probably another branch. So if I git push to origin head and call it foo, right, and say echo stuff onto things, git add things. In my case, I don't mind making a new commit, to be honest. I just want to reverse the -amend stuff I did. I will bear -force with release in mind. Okay, yeah, so I guess what I'm getting at is that you can either try to undo the amend, or you can just say, I'm okay with force pushing this. A lot of the time, just force pushing is fine. If you really want to undo the amend, you need to like scroll back and find a ref that you care about, right? And hope you didn't branch resurrection. You need to like find an old commit hash, an old object that you can still reference, which may or may not be there anymore because git gc could have been run, but that's probably your best way to undo your amends, like literally undo your amend. Yeah. I hear hope in the same sentence. Force pushing it is. You've lost stuff in the past, and that's why I find Git scary, because that was so tilting. Yeah, it is tilting to lose stuff in Git. There's a few rules of thumb you can follow, and you will never lose anything ever again. I don't have those rules off the top of my head, and I don't play by them, but it boils down to don't reset and don't amend commits. Other than that, you should never lose anything. And don't rebase is also another way to lose information, basically. If all you're doing is committing, merging, pushing, and pulling, you can never lose information. You did git push origin -- force with lease. Yeah, that's certainly if it's just your repo, that's going to be safe, right? Yes, technically there's information getting lost, but if it's just your stuff and you have it looking the way you want it, it's okay to make that be the golden source of truth, right? At least that's how I think about it. Well, I'm gonna take a quick break. You see what I mean? Why force with least is probably preferred, because it shows a parent commit ID, and that's the initial one you did. Yeah, good to know. Yep. Certainly for Git, a resource I found that really changed how I thought about it and helped me a lot was this guy. particularly learning about, what was it? Like this is definitely a good reference, but also reading about uh, was it this one? It basically introduced the idea of like the working copy, the stage, and the repository, and you know every command is basically recording changes to one or multiple of them from one or multiple of them, and branches are just you know remembering certain objects, and the objects form a tree, and yada 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 yada. Um, yeah, that's not what it was. It might be. Yeah, things like this very helpful for like updating your kind of mental model of um, what each get operation is and like why you want it to be that. But it's a bit of a yeah. This does not feel like the same resource I was thinking about. This is a really central kind of idea, but yeah. I don't think it'll take long to use things. It's just remembering them since I don't use it often. It doesn't stick. Yeah, it's kind of a use it or lose it kind of thing, right? But it'll come with practice. Yeah, just take long breaks from source control and you aren't just strict. It's a big reason why I actually wanted to do TDD as well. To try the red green refactor commit phases. Yeah, yeah. Since it's very nice to have it active stages throughout the code to look back through, extremely valuable. Yeah, agreed. Um, yeah, I need this. They're allowed to be equal. RGB. This will still fail for the reason that we have that test that's incorrect. But if this panics because we see non-pre-multiplied alpha, that will be the smoking gun for this test. Nope. Man, I thought I had it. Where was I? Yeah. Now, technically we should also do it here. Thanks anyway. I guess I will try to avoid an amend unless I really feel like I mess up, but it wasn't so bad. Yeah, amend is for, oh yeah, I forgot XYZ, and I haven't even pushed yet. Is your use case of amend so you aren't spamming commits, but you can look at the parents of the entire commit and basically see the chain of events that way? Yeah, my use case for amend is, oh, my red test actually had a hidden problem in it that was only exposed once I tried to do green things, right? The commit I wanted for the red step doesn't exist. I need to amend that commit. I want my red steps to be, here's the test. It would have worked if not for the feature. And if I realize that that wasn't true, I can go back and make it that way. But also, I'm just kind of lone wolf in it, so if I need to force push, it's not a big deal. How often do I push remotely though? It seems you want to keep things locally as possible. Yeah. While you're working, you want things to be local. I think I push when I want to run CI. Other than that, I don't really. Now, people would correctly point out that that means I'm at risk of losing data if my hard drive fails, right? I don't have a backup. If I want more backups, I should be pushing more often. But I find that hard drive failure is rare enough that I don't worry about it, and maybe once I deal with it, once it happens to me, I'll get bit and never want to experience it again. But until then, certainly if I'm working on a team and trying to share stuff, I end up pushing much more frequently. But right now, me pushing is just tantamount to getting a backup of it and running CI. So. Okay, we got the failure that we wanted. That's an interesting approach. Yeah, I was going to ask you what it's like with the team situation. Yeah, makes sense. Good. And everybody's different. Like some people, um, they just work all day and then they push at on their way out the door. Uh, don't do that, because if you broke something with your push, you won't learn about it till tomorrow morning when you happen to get in. If it's not the weekend and if you're not sick. Reviewing what you did the day before and pushing first thing in the morning might be better than pushing last thing in the day. Um, but yeah, certainly pushing early and pushing often is kind of a life hack in that other people have to merge to your changes and not the other way around. Um, yeah. everyone's different, but I'd like to ask from someone like yourself who has much more experience than me. Yeah, and different people are going to have different experience, so um, it's all context. But I found that like when working with a team, um, the more eagerly you push your changes, the more quickly you get feedback about what you need to do, and the less likely you are to be in merge hell with um, your teammates. Like because if you have a huge body of work that you've been beavering away on for like a month or two, when you go to sync it with everybody else's work, it can be a lot of work to do the syncing. So if you're pushing incrementally and eagerly, then they're the ones that have to merge your changes, not the other way around. But hopefully they're pulling frequently, so they're not having to eat the whole thing in one big gulp. But yeah. You worked for Acer a bit ago. Made the first 3D gaming laptop without peripherals. Huh. I learned Git stuff, but that was quite a bit ago now, and forgot the majority of it. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so we saw that when we screenshot, we don't always get pre-multiplied RGBA. It was featured on LTT. LTT. Learn this thing? What's LTT? Linux tech types. Ah, nice. Though Linus ended up using the fallback profiles. Yeah. Okay. We need to make it so that RGBA data is pre-alpha multiplied. It might be as simple as calling a good or passing in the right values for this call. So let's look. Uh, GL whatever scale and added to whatever bias where okay, hold on. GL red scale? Young me was too eager. I should have asked for more money. Can't beat myself up about the past though. It happened and I learned since then. That's right. That is exactly right. It's not that we didn't make mistakes. It's that anyone else put in our position with our knowledge and our context would have made the same mistakes. So like it is what it is, and you got to move on and learn. Easier said than done, but yeah. Maybe we want copy pixels. Yeah, here we go. Read pixels. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Some stuff is affected. Yeah. Yeah. hmm 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 So what you're saying is we could set GL red scale to be something like 1 over alpha. No, because the alpha is different for each pixel. This, this, this might be the way to do it. Now, in my head, I'm like, I should just Google how to do it, because I'm sure somebody else has done it. But I want to build it from first principles because I think that's going to teach me things I need to know. Or maybe we can request a frame buffer that has pre-multiplied alpha. I've got a parrot with me. Do you think he understands code? Nope. Nope. And that's okay. I do not think a parrot understands code. Um, by the way, for testing OpenGL, do you have an option to add callbacks for failures? If so, do you utilize that? Um, there is a way to do that, and it's supported way back through, by way of extensions. You like set a callback function pointer that they'll call whenever there's a GL error. Um, right now, we've got probably a gajillion errors all over the place, and I'm never gonna know where that. I'm never gonna have enough context if I just use the function pointer. unless I misunderstand how that works. But I sprinkle kind of purge the error buffer basically and log it around the code, and that has attribution back to the code that's calling it. So I'm using that right now. Maybe I should use the other way, but it's possible. Since I know Vulkan has that with its debug layer, yeah. OpenGL has the same kind of thingy. It's like what do they call it? Callback? Yeah, it's not in the core 2.1. Um, yeah, you need the KHR debug extension, which almost everyone's going to have it. You need to enable it, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Anyways, this. Is the production code free of tests at the moment? Should be. Um, it'll do things like log GL errors and stuff, but the nice thing about testing with Go is that a lot of the time your tests are explicitly in a package with an underscore test at the end, which means you're not going to package it in any built binary. But then even tests that don't use a separate test package but are actually packaged with the code, they still live in an underscore test file, and I believe Go is smart enough to not include that in the application. Yeah, that is quite nice. Yeah. It's it lets you not worry about it, whereas like with a lot of other languages, say C or C++, you're going to have to make sure your build is configured correctly to not accidentally include your testing code. But yeah. Um, okay, where was I? I was trying to divine the way to do this. It might be with the color matrix. So let's learn about the color matrix. Matrix mode. So matrix color matrix. Oh, yeah. So there's a render.matrix called 2 alpha pre-multiplied. 2 alpha pre-multiplied. Can start out as the identity matrix, but then we can just say what the values are. So this is column major order. So just for my sake, identity matrix. Okay, so red needs to go to red divided by alpha, right? So majority of the system right now are render tests, and you're incrementally building that up. That's right. Yep. Incrementally building it up from nothing worked to some stuff works now. Yeah. So I want red to be whatever red was divided by alpha. Is that right? I want. Okay, so if we had full red, but a transparent, but like a alpha of half, is this a linear transform? Should be. Is it just? I don't know what the color matrix is. OpenGL color matrix. How it work? Pre-multiplies RGB colors in the pixel transfer pipeline, and as such can be used to perform linear color space conversions. So then hold on. Oh, that's right. Oh, having a black background, dark mode is hard to make this look. Okay. Maybe you just Google it. OpenGL, read pre-multiplied, alpha pre-multiplied pixels. Source alpha 1 minus source. GL1, GL1. Hey, that's not right. Rendering with 1, comma 1 minus source alpha is drawing with pre-multiplied alpha. We use source alpha 1 minus source alpha like that, not like this. I don't know why that question was tagged JavaScript. But, okay, OpenGL. Um, convert pixels to pre-multiplied alpha. We might be able to do this to so when then we upload the textures, it'll alpha pre-multiply, but like OpenGL is the frame, or does the frame buffer store colors alpha pre-multiplied? Okay. Does OpenGL use alpha pre-multiplied colors? Right, right. So what are we doing? We always use blend of source alpha 1 minus source alpha, which to me means they are not pre-multiplied. And so the conversion from independent to pre-multiplied is this a W component or an alpha component? Okay. Um, so this is saying we can do it. By 1 over alpha. All right, let's do some lineage, shall we? Okay, so we've got a matrix and we've got a vector. Oops. The vector has an R, a G, a B, and an A. We want the result of this to be R over A, G over A, B over A, and A. I don't know if we can compute that with a thing. Like, if R over A is equal to R times A, this is A, this is X, this is Y. I don't know if that's usually the notation, but give this guy a little hat because he's a matrix. All right, so this is A00, G times A01, B times A times A03, right? We can't really get R over. This is a bad A. This is an A, lowercase a. We don't really get the ability to multiply, or sorry, divide, do we? Unless there's a trick, because it ends up being this value. We could do like R plus A, and then I don't think we can do it. I think it's just not the droids we're looking for. If we set the red scale to, well, the alpha is different for each pixel though. We can't just get like one alpha and more thinking required. I'll be back. Okay, what we need to do is upload data that is alpha premultiplied and use frame buffer operations that assume that we need to rewrite the whole thing so that it uses alpha premultiplied colors. Now, rewrite the whole thing? Okay, we won't have to rewrite the whole thing, just all the things that worry about those colors. So that's probably a bigger change than what I want right now. So what I'm going to do is just do it in software, do it on the CPU. When we screenshot, this only happens when we're running the test anyways, so it shouldn't slow the game down. It'll just slow the test down. But it's probably going to suck. So we'll want to fix it. But that's not today. Or at least not in this green step. Okay. We better not assert because it's not true. Hey man, might have to go for a bit. It's been good though. Hope to see you again sometime soon. Peace. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Always happy for the company. Hopefully I could actually be helpful too. But yeah, have a good one. Okay, so convert to alpha premultiplied. Okay, so that's the alpha. We're going to boop at so the byte is just that byte, except scaled by alpha over 255. I am getting tired. I guess we don't need a function to write that out. Okay, so b's at idx plus 0 is equal to b's at idx plus 0 times alpha norm. Yeah. So for each index such that we're still before the end of the slice, walk in units of 4. The last element of our kind of window is the alpha, so we're going to cast that to a float. Then we're going to divide it by 255, and then we're going to set r to be r times that value, g to be that. Yeah. And it's going to be slow because we're running it on the CPU. This might break all the things. We'll see. We're darkening again. That's a green test. Okay. That's not. because this is a broken test. Okay. This is no longer a test we want to. That's not a behavior we want. So we won't have a test for it. Yes, we're just removing the test that's failing. No, that's not the wrong choice. Sometimes that is the right choice. Yuck. We ought to be able to do this on the GPU and or just always upload alpha pre-multiplied things. Yeah. Okay, what do? We said there's a convert to pre-multiplied alpha. We do that when we read pixels. Do we have other read pixels? We do. Oh, we don't use it. Oh, thank goodness. Wait. We don't use any GL things here? It would seem that we don't. That's pretty cool. I think it's cool because it means we're properly encapsulating the OpenGL commands. Or at least from the viewpoint of this file. So, yeah, that's awesome. Um, need to be reading. We need to be building image or GBA values with alpha pre-multiplied pixel data. be more to follow up on to fix it entirely, but we're great. Oh, yeah, I was gonna eat something. I should probably eat something. Okay. The end of an era, namely the era of not worrying about whether it's pre-alpha multiplied or not. What? I think it's green step, right? We're greening red tests. And if we're really lucky, what we've done is just green CI. Really. Hmm. Don't run as root will prompt for your. I mean, there's a effect, a real user ID. Yeah. ID user real. Sudo do it. What? Okay. I knew there was a way to get it. Um, um, or user ID is the empty string, then can't figure out your user ID. Best guess. Just run this script as yourself. We'll prompt. What? Oh. Oh yeah. There's a way to do this, and I forget it. But we could just do that. That's good enough. Okay. Tools. No, local tools. Run user run. Happiness. All right, we can